Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing? Hello. What's up, Biter? Big pre-market energy today. Yeah. Pretty decent arbitrage too. The volatility is remaining high. He's here, act busy. Good morning, everyone. All right. Pickles picks. Shit. Fuck. Uh, Goddamn son of a bitch. I only had one that wasn't GameStop, but I'll post it now. Son of a bitch. Yeah, I have more for this week, but this is the only one I have for today. Ooh, double bottom into open. Look at all these whale teeth. Dettles would be happy. Did you get more ruggedly handsome since Friday? Probably. Last chance to ever buy 135 leaps for the third week in a row. YouTube charged me for membership, but it hasn't renewed. I have no fucking clue, man. Just contact them and they should be able to fix that. Like, I don't handle any of the payment processing. I'm aware that Fidelity is showing 0 shares available to borrow. After. I almost forgot. There we go. Oh, rhubarbs. You just fucking renewed, bro. Thank you so much. Good morning, Greg. Let's fucking go. Let's. Not safe for pickles. What do you think about Lee Nixis's DD? I don't know. He's been on kind of a tirade lately. Let me look. What's he writing about now? Also, thank you to Sky Eye for today's stream card. Super dope. Where is it? Is he writing about 741? Is that what you're talking about? Happy Monday, Trina. You want to know thoughts on the spy? Mm, it might be reversing today. We'll see. The dip in the pre-market's rough. And probably dragging us down a bit too. We wrote about clear date cycles. Is he just oh Feb 22nd? Feb 22nd's the next OPEC date. We already know this. Swear to God, sometimes these people don't read my DDs before they write their own. It's like Cardi B up, get some Vlasic surgery. No. Do you think my Spy 0DT 550 has a chance today? Probably not. It's interesting. I finally believe Fidelity's notation that the stock is hard to borrow. Well, I haven't read the post yet, Chili Holding Pickle. I'm sure he gave me credit. I just don't. I haven't read it yet. I didn't know he posted anything over the weekend. I was more focused on like what Zinco and Yellow were doing this weekend than speaking of which, did Zinco put out his DD? Nope, not yet. Jajo? What? I don't even know what you're talking about. Good morning, everyone. DRS. Thank you for adding to the conversation. Sam Verstraeten. Probably give a rebate instead of a borrow fee, though. I mean, the rebate should just match the fee if they're using cash collateral or same as cash collateral. January, April, July, October. Interesting. January, April, July, October would be like FTD cycles, not OPEX. OPEX would be Feb, May, August, November. Yeah, different stocks are on different clearing cycles. J-Mac, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much for becoming a member, dude. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult.
Well, I got like 300 DMs this weekend on where to find my stream clips.
Love is not a cult. Not a cult.
So I figured I would add the word clips, but I guess you can't. Okay, I didn't know that. That's my bad then. Starting off the day demonetized. Bullish. He's misattributing it to F-Man when it's really JJL plus FTD time. Oh, I see what you're saying. I mean, the options that affect price movement on GameStop are the ETF quarterlies. Not it has nothing to do with like JJow. It's ETF quarterlies. Quarterly. Oh, son of a bitch. Hold on. Ding ding. $13 million FTDs? Was that sarcasm? No. That's what I believe Bob and Turd had come up with as their estimate for today. In addition, there's FTDs from December 3rd. Think about buying a Sega Dreamcast? Any opinion about that? Oh, it's kind of a bitch to find. So I have one, and I was trying to like hook it up to my TV. It's really hard to find the connector cables. You have to like buy them on eBay. It's a pain in the ass. And then you have to get one of those like AV to HDMI converters. She said these were there was a lot of internalization going on Friday, right? We know because there was massive spike and dark pool. I think when Turd checked, it was like 58%. Um, those are actually reported within 10 seconds. But if they occur between 8 a.m. or 8 p.m. and 8 a.m., or if they occur on a foreign exchange, they may not be executed for up to 24 hours. Sorry, I missed a Ko-Fi there. 1 second. Member stream summary. Not answering any questions because you guys will just buy weeklies. 2, had breakfast with family lawyer today. Pineapple pizza with caramel sauce. Height of decadence. 1, loaded up on 510 weeklies per Pickles picks. Thank you. Hey user, I'm just gonna ban you. I'm gonna find you in chat now and ban you. Well, there's our double bottom on 129, right? Or do we have, can we go lower? 121? Ugh. Gross. I hope not. That would be stinky. Sorry if this has been answered elsewhere. Can they satisfy FTDs a day late with dark pools like they can with GEX? I mean, yeah, if they internalize the FTDs, it can delay it, yeah. So the volume should actually get reported. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to see the price action associated with that volume, right? That's how the internalizing works. So if they internalize the buy orders, right? Like buy side, and then just print sell side to the exchange. It's extra cheap GameStop. SPY is also coming down, so this is probably a big part of why we're seeing a drop. Cat looks good. Maybe it's time to start thinking about 230. Curious. Holy shit. What happened there? XRT doing the same. Okay. This is killer. Options down 75%. Don't worry, it doesn't take long for him to go green again. Worst open since 2000. How do I internalize their sell orders? Does arbitrage between US markets, i.e. NYSE and dark pool, show up on the arbitrage chart? It does not. Because as soon as you have the data, like the price on those orders, they've printed to a lit exchange because they're considered executed at that point, right? So it would just factor into, like, you wouldn't be able to define the arbitrage there without having access to the dark pools. People moving to value over growth, possible. Wait, are you serious, Dominic Joseph? It says GME down 9.3. They released that one too early again. Does SSR still not matter now that they can't use ETFs? They can still use ETFs. They just can't use XRT or meme. Can you briefly explain internalization? Yeah. They satisfy the order internally and don't put it to a lit exchange, taking the cost of the order flow onto their margin. Yeah, no problem, man. Why did Nixus say no Jan run up? I have no idea. I don't really pay attention to his DDs. I guess maybe he doesn't think FTDs are sufficient. It's possible. Bitcoin under 40K. Interesting. Well, we found support at like 126, it looks like. Down $12, only 8 minutes into the day. It's almost like they have something they need to cover. We'll see. TTM still firing? Yeah, it should be. We haven't moved to the upside, so we'll just go like probably another fire signal. Most of this drop was in after hours. I'm not super concerned. Yeah, 7th fire signal on TTM. Relax. It's the first 15 minutes. Get everyone wanting to rip out of the gate. When either the cost or the volume of internalizing becomes unmanageable. When they internalize, do they give the buyer a real share? Not necessarily. Fidelity having 0 shares to borrow means that all the shares that were in Fidelity, which I think Friday near close was like 250,000, are gone. So you can assume they know exactly how many options have been bought for the upcoming period, and this is another tactic to make people paper hand. Yeah. We'll see if it works. FNDX and XMMO both down today. Both have GME holdings larger than XRT. We're almost at we're over 500,000 volume already. They didn't cover FTDs until like 10 or 10:30 on November 3rd. I can't quite remember. It definitely wasn't at open. I believe it was. Um, yeah, November 3rd, it was like within 15 minutes of opening bell. So they started covering by 9:45. Oh wait, that was November 1st. Hold on. That was my bad. Yeah, November 3rd was at opening bell. They were done covering by 10:30. Did SSR just trigger? I think it might have. Nope, 126.56. Oh no, we triggered it. SSR is on. Yeah, we had 13 million volume on Friday, which was about what we were expecting for ETF FTDs due today. SSR is just kind of irrelevant because a lot of the shorting that occurs on GameStop isn't true shorting. A lot of it is bona fide market making and sales of ETF creation shares. Neither of these are affected by SSR. What are the next safe OPEC dates after Feb? May? May is the one after Feb. Like May 23rd, May 23rd, 24th. Oh, wait, no. May 16th, 17th, 18th. So May 17th. Right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Wait. No. Yeah, May 24th is the next like OPEC's T+2 period. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. IV continues to rise. Feb 200 CR 138%. I mean, that could just be because they're further out of the money now. I'm seeing 113 on my end. But at the money IV is higher. Can you explain how long it takes to exercise an option? Do you get shares on T+2 or do you have to wait 20 more days? It's either they're satisfied immediately. Through broker inventory. Or T+2. There is no failure to deliver on an exercised option. If T+2 goes by and the shares haven't been bought, it's a forced buy-in. line weight of your pen is, yeah, it's a little bit thick. I was going with the theme for today. Prometheus? This weekend, there was tons of positive options talk. I expect Brokerage options desk to be very busy right now. My honest opinion, the short hedge funds are affecting volatility to pump IV and make options expensive. Sort of, but they're also dropping intrinsic value, right? Which makes them cheaper. How high is the possibility that we're in an endless cycle of covering and never closing any positions? I think we've been in that all year. Who actually forces the buy-in? Your broker. Forced buy-in, yes, at market price. So when you write naked options, it's the same as a naked short, right? Like your losses are can be or the same as a short position. Your losses can be infinite. If you write a naked call, the potential losses are infinite. How big is the margin for a MM like Citadel? The past year has to have put quite a strain on it. Actually, Citadel was profitable this year. I think they had one of their best years ever, actually. Check shift search looks like at the money puts are being bought again. I mean, we only have 7 minutes of data, but probably. Especially if they planned on shorting hard, I can't imagine that they wouldn't. Yep. No. 135 sold. Jan 14th, 130s being bought, 120s, 115s. All right, so yeah, these all look like buy side. So they're accelerating their downward price action, trying to help out their minimal amount of shorts. There wasn't a lot left to borrow, at least where we could see. Because they don't hedge properly. Dilly Dana. How much have short hedge funds lost roughly to stay afloat since last January? Fuck if I know. I mean, Melvin lost 41% over the year. What does it mean for FTDs if we end today red? What do you mean? I mean, this is just the beginning of the FTD cycle. This is where we start to get overlapping MM and ETF FTDs. And this is the first day that these begin to overlap. It's also our first day of ETF FTDs since the November 23rd run. Or the November 23rd drop, I should say. Maybe. By what date, if there's no significant upwards price movement, would you reconsider your theory? I'm going to roll my options forward on the 25th. Big downs is not making me feel better. In all seriousness, I think they're trying to hold our head underwater for as long as possible before covering. Of course. Could Thursday after hours have been covered exposure? So could have Friday's 13 million volume. But if they internalize those trades, they still have to print. What time will we start to see some buy volume? I have no idea. We just saw a little bit. Not much, but a little bit. VIX is the only thing green on my very big watch list. Yep, VIX looks promising. Volatility is over leveraged. Hmm. Interesting. I already have calls on the VIX. I think 12 million in volume can be said covering when half was shorting. I mean, only 42% hit the lit exchange. No, there's more room to go down. SSR is on. Desperation, last ditch efforts. Could be. Or just tanking us with the rest of the market. Yep. Is this the big FTD date? No, it's the first FTD date. Uh-uh. Let's see. $100 bought. Looks like they're aiming for below 100 based on the puts. This is the thesis is wrong cycle, and then everyone cheers when we're green. Should I wait till power hour to buy more GME? I mean, this is cheap, but we could go lower. How are you so zen when your 100 Feb 18s are down? What's the secret sauce? Patience, and I believe in my thesis. As they begin to stack, Tiger Blood. Is it possible they push down the price to their 28th of Jan puts? 28th of Jan puts? What strike are those at? XRT also off a cliff. I'm aware. Went up because it's only been down for 2 months straight. I mean, we did run up to 180 Thursday night. It's not entirely down, but mostly. Well, overshoot GME to make it look like a risky asset. I mean, they borrowed all the shares from Fidelity this morning. Like, doesn't that tell you something? Do you have any soothsayers on your team? Not that I'm aware of. What price do you think is support? I mean, the price we're currently at seems to be holding, but we could probably drop further. They're trying. How much would it cost an MM to borrow all the shares from Fidelity? I don't know. There was like 200 and what was it? 254,000 on Friday. Dan, what was the last count we had for Fidelity Friday? God, we need something that can fucking track that. $300 to $400K? I'll never understand how fast sentiment shifts. Emotional as fuck. Yeah, it's boring. Fidelity was around, that's what I thought. It was around 200 something thousand end of day Friday. Don't forget that IBKR and Fidelity are just the only ones we can see. There's more shares in the SEC lending pool that we have no visibility on. I'm confident in today's potential, but that doesn't mean it's going to be realized. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Friday's volume could have been a liquidity generator to stack a pile of available shares to control price action today this week. Yeah. Before pre-market on the second Monday of January. Today's the second Monday of January. I'm not sure, but I think that might be a proxy for Apex's pool. That's possible. Okay. Sorry, every time I look at $1 million homes on Zillow, the price drops. I'm just gonna uninstall the app now so we can go back up. I mean, it's not like we're not being accelerated by the market as well. Everything's red today. Baba's coming back up. Jesus, Tesla's back up almost below 1,000 again? Fucking A. Interesting. Hmm. I think Tesla's headed for about 924. Should buy some puts on that. Ooh. Damn. Look at this volume. This is fucking crazy. Any DDs or resources on market psychology that might be helpful to newer folks in your stream? Buck up. Are options doing something? Fucking obviously. I've lost $11,000 since the market opened. I'm gonna throw up now. Well, get it out of your system. We'll be here. Trying. Do you mind explaining XRT and how it relates to GME and AMC? It's an ETF that contains. I don't know if it contains AMC. I know it contains GameStop. I think Lenixis is just reiterating what I said about Feb 22nd OPEX. Feb 22nd is the T+2 for the ETF index quarterly options. Considering how low they're trying to drop it, seems to me to be an indicator of how much they have to cover. Was a little setup media look, no NFTs, and crash the price. It's bullshit. Isn't this a market crash? I mean, it could be. It's not looking fucking good. We're definitely in correcting. Like, this is a correction. It is Monday. We've been prepared for this drop. Are your positions also down big time? Oh, my positions are way down. Yes, I'm extra cranky today. Well, the market's tanking, and they're shorting GME really, really hard. We're almost at 2 million volume already. But we found some support at 120. So that's cool. No, I don't day trade GME. Does anyone ever ask you if you've got a case of the Mondays? They will keep it like this for a while and then let it rip a little so a lot of people deep in the red will exit their position. Now you're learning. It's not a very strong bounce. Can SLBD be done in advance of the third Monday? No? Stop loss hunting? CVVWAP tickling the first threshold? I should check that, or I should have it up. Ooh. Doing a thing. I mean, they'll use anything they can to CNS or to push FTDs through CNS. So yeah, you have to assume that they're using this price action to clear FTDs as well. Will this turn a lot of people bullish? Can't you read the room? Weirdly enough, your like to viewer ratio is not great when we were down 15%. Wow, that's really shit. But whatever. By pushing in brief periods of buy orders. How significant are their FTDs? They're pretty decent. What does a strong bounce look like? It's supported by volume. Volume's really not picking up significantly. What's up with the borrow rate so low? I mean, that's just probably because Fidelity doesn't have a lot of the available shares to borrow. Is Ivy at 152% at the money? No. Uh, it's kind of doing a thing. Let's see. These motherfuckers are bumping the IV. We're not getting fucking reports for these. Like, why is the IV on Jan 28th, 127's 240%? It's getting weird. Pricing in a move. Interesting. Where's the ETF FTDs? Be patient. What's the theory behind Starbucks? Oh, Yalia was showing like a delta sensitivity spike on it. Also, it looks like it's channel bouncing, like cat wise. Like people just aren't valuing it, but like people are think it's a steal at 160. And so when it's dropping on the low support, it's bouncing pretty hard. Kind of like what Cat did. Like the market didn't really view Cat as being worth less than 190. And so it would just keep bouncing back to 205. But people weren't buying at 205, so it would drop. They're gradual covering to avoid FOMO. Absolutely. Market coming back up? No. No. GME generating a little bit of negative beta right now, but failing that breakout. I mean, the sentiment to unionize has been going on for a while, though. When Reg Show T plus 13 began on Friday. What keeps them from making endless money on volatility? Nothing. Crypto was tanking earlier. Bitcoin dropped below 40,000, didn't it? Yeah, briefly. Looks like it's bouncing. I don't know how strong it'll be, but. Any movement on the other ETFs containing GME? We could look at the ones where the It's coming down pretty hard. What IWM is doing. JR. Just look exactly the same. I want to remind people that these are different indexes. Bone, hard tank. Yeah, everything down. Overall market movement and reaction to Omicron? Probably. I mean, I'm sure that has an effect. One sec. All right. We're seeing RC Ventures buy orders come in soon. And we'll see about that. When Myrna not dead? Now? That's a hell of a bounce. Interesting. I might have found some support, Victor. This looks pretty good, actually. I wonder if T-Doc is going to rip. Peloton? Nope. Just tanking. DoorDash? Curious. I'm starting to believe they can bring it down to 50 if they got this far. That's a bit much. I bet they cover after hours tonight again or possibly tomorrow. Maybe. Did the Roombas go rogue again? No. They actually just haven't been doing anything. I don't think like they haven't been doing their scheduled cleaning for days now. Is the nature of ETF FTD the possibility of buying in after hours? It's possible. Last year, Feb write-up was due to FTDs from Jan. It was not just due to FTDs from January, but those helped. How do they cover in after hours, then short it back down? We don't know what happened in after hours. We don't know if it was them covering, if it wasn't. I mean, it's most likely that they were covering FTDs from XRT, right? Dips in the market and sector-wide selling may be closing other positions in anticipation of a squeeze. The question is, what squeeze are they anticipating? Not that there won't be one. Yeah, I know. XRT is still thresholded. JPM squaring up because they left the DTCC. Possibly. JPM didn't leave the DTCC. They just closed one entity in the DTCC. It happens all the time. Does the market cap of GME even make sense to you? Is that a solid argument for being undervalued? I mean, it's not like we had great earnings last quarter. See, I like Jamie's TA, but I can't agree with a $98 dip. I can't agree with predicting it. Like you can be right, but there's no predictive method that would tell you that we're going to dip to 98 accurately. They could just keep buying puts and we could go lower. And most of the TA shows a dip below that. But TA is ignorant of wider market mechanics. It just measures sentiment, right? OpenSea has a $12 billion valuation because it has a business model in place that everyone knows about. GameStop does not have that business model in place. It only has the hopes and dreams of that business model, which are not going to value an overshorted stock. So you can't make the comparison between OpenSea and GME. The market is valuing GME as a brick and mortar dying business. Because they have not indicated to the market publicly that they are anything but. We're bullish. We know about the NFT marketplace. We know about their e-commerce plans. But that doesn't mean that the market is going to recognize their future valuation. It's not a tech company yet. And the market won't value GameStop that way until GameStop publicly announces those plans. But unrealistic hopes and dreams don't stop Tesla from being valued at 1 trillion. It's true, but Tesla's unrealistic hopes and dreams have a foundation. I'm saying GME is being largely valued as it was, T-Tree. If GME was being valued as an e-commerce company, with an NFT marketplace, its valuation would not be this. So yes, the short interest on GameStop is retaining its undervalued status, as are analysts. I'm not saying GME is worth $9 billion. I'm saying that is what it's being valued at right now. Yeah, GME has not indicated that they have changed the way they do business. Not publicly. And don't get me wrong, the fake news articles then put pressure on Cohen and the board to make announcements that maybe they're not prepared to make yet. I was responding to another comment asking about the valuation. Because people are constantly like, OpenSea is worth $12 billion, but that has fucking nothing to do with GameStop at the moment. They're not ready to, obviously, or they would have. I believe Friday XR2 is still on the reg show threshold list. Yeah, so after 5 consecutive days, I'm not sure on that. And it's 5 consecutive days to be added, but I'm not sure if it's 5 consecutive days to be removed. The FTDs that are settled, so they have to clear out the FTDs before it can be removed. Where exactly would you draw the SR line? Around 127. Bounce on 120. This was 121. I mean, it looks like this is the second time we found some support down here. Hold on. I gotta clear some of these because I can't see anything on this. Let me check something. Jesus. Hold on. Hmm. We're falling below our 360-day moving average right now. Should we update the exuberance line? It's honestly probably not much higher than what we're trading at. Weekly options has never been the way. Using MMs to bring their own puts and the money seems like it could be a hugely profitable position, fueling further puts and securing their position. Can they cash settle their contracts? Yeah. They can also exercise them. Then the we puts from last week that finished in the money have T+2? Yeah. So tomorrow, most likely. I mean, this is below our yearly moving average. This is the hardest GME's ever been shorted since like 2015. On a scale of 1 to 10, how homeless am I right now? 7.5. With dips this low, the rebound has always been violent historically. Yeah. RSS is going to somehow blame this on options, folks. Why short this hard knowing we'll load up on options? I would say the sentiment's probably about 50-50. If you look at, I mean, all you have to do is look at the chat to assess the psychology here. A lot of people are feeling down. Sad. Don't understand why the stock's not going up. Just down. This dip is bad. My 5-10 weeklies are starting to turn red. As a quick aside, if there is a violent uptick, as there historically been, when would that backlash be? We'll see. We're not even at the midday yet. We have 2.6 million volume traded so far. If they dark pooled orders on Friday, we can see those print today. So let's look at Friday on the 1 or the 5 minute. Yeah, let's look at the 5 minute on Friday. So it's possible that we're inversing. I mean, this has happened before, so I don't want to say with absolute confidence, but we've experienced this before where we inverse the day. So we go down and then up. That's what happens usually when they internalize that much, but we'll see. A lot of this volume was likely FTDs from today, right? Sentiment poll? Sure. Is it possible? Why would anybody be un-DRSing their shares? Do you think we can beat them? Maybe, but only because they're overexposed. I would say in most other situations, no. But GameStop's different. They don't have absolute control on GameStop. They've proven that time and time again. You should have written full bull. I can't believe 22% of you are sad. Don't your options expire like later this year? I mean, it is later this year. It's more than a month away. I think Jacked would fall under bullish. Hmm. 10K in losses is nothing. Don't be sad. It's just money. Comes back. Please don't objectify Lady View Up. I'm in a relationship with a waifu pillow version of her as well as a plushie version. Her badonkadonk is much smaller. This badonkadonk is very very large for Cardi View Up. Is that average for shares, Gent? Makes 6 figures a month. Not from fucking YouTube, I doubt. Last week we ran from 130 to 176 on 200K volume in after hours. I mean, it was like 890K volume in after hours. Yeah, the volume's here, the price is not. How are you feeling? Bullish as fuck? Yeah. I mean, I'm down a couple 100,000 today, but I'm pretty stoked. If they avoid the major squeeze this Jan, will you expect a repeat of last Feb's big drop OPEX-based upswing that followed? I expect OPEX to run regardless of what happens during the cycle here in January. What the fuck is T plus 44, Robert Dole? T plus 44 is not a thing. T plus 9 plus 35 is not T plus 44. It's 35 calendar days. And it's T plus 9 trading days. You cannot combine them. They're separate. One is not counted the same as the other. A lot of this is why so many of the initial T plus X theories were wrong. If I told you last Thursday it would be down $59, would you believe me? I mean, I did think we were going to go back to 135 a bit, but we're close. And we did close the week out relatively close to max pain. So, I mean, it worked out, but we still closed the week out below max pain. GB went from 250 to 120, but apparently nobody sold. I don't believe that. But I do believe that the buy pressure from going from 250 to 120 will be higher than the sell pressure on the way down. Like, this is a very attractive price point to buy GameStop, given its historical price trends. Yes, I do understand that volatility goes both ways. I have stated such many, many times. Snickers. How? You only have 9 shares? I bought them at the peak. I accidentally put extra zeros in my buy order. Fuck did I just get in my eye? Would you be buying Feb 18s right now? If I had more to buy, yeah. The price on them is very good, although IV is up a bit. So they're relatively cheaper? I mean, yeah. I mean, Feb 150s are below 1,000 now. Feb 140s aren't much more, only $200 more. Peace to all pickles. Wish I had more to buy in. Thanks, ASAP. Hey, Gerg, I think we all know what is needed to turn this around. Guybrush must return. Guybrush for MOASS. Thank you for everything. All right, fine. It's time. If it's calendar days, why don't you say C plus 35? I do. I've repeatedly written it as T plus 3 plus 6 plus 35C. The confusion that stems from this is ridiculous, but I understand it's difficult. Not only that, when you start trying to count those days on trading platforms, you have to account for the 0 day. If we have a cycle repeat from Jan last year, where do you see the price going up to? I mean, if we exactly copied last January's run, the price would go into like the thousands. I don't think that's going to happen, but higher would be nice. Hypothetically, if they don't cover, GME gets thresholded, right? If it sustains FTDs greater than 0.5% of its shares outstanding. For 5 trading days. Which, if that started Friday, would mean that we wouldn't go on the reg show threshold list till, let's see, Friday. This Thursday at market close. I mean, that's what happened last year, except it happened earlier in the cycle. OPEX's options expiration. Fucking ETF and index options. So the T+2 from the monthly expiries in Feb, May, August, November. Yeah, VIX is spiking. Buy another VIX call because I have extra change. Three is the failure. +6 is to locate for APs. And then the 35 is Reg T. For market makers, it's just T+2 plus 35C. Right now, everyone in chat is feeling the same thing. Man, I wish it was back at 350. I'd just sell there. They know this. That's why it gets dropped. It will run. They want you to sell. Yep. In on a few Feb 140s. I'm only able to trade options in WeBull because Fidelity won't approve me. Should I take the chance? I mean, I trade some options in WeBull. I've never really had any issues. Even in January, it was only down for like an hour. It's not the best, but it's whatever. I wouldn't hold my stock in WeBull. Oh, there's absolutely movement in the options flow. If you look at what's trading for today on GameStop, it's fucking awful. We have OI up on, that's the wrong color. Blue? Yeah, let's use blue. OI up there, and these. But interestingly, bullish calls being bought too. Or sold. Does look sold. It might be sold. But Jan 28th, 125 puts, massive interest. So this is a concentrated effort to drive the price down, without a doubt. Maybe even more so than last week. Crazy thing to me is this dip has allowed me to pick up contracts that I can exercise and lower my cost basis, even including the premium. Doubt I'm the only one doing that math. You're definitely not. Other price predictions are tricky, but do you have an idea of what ceiling they're hoping to keep it under for January when more of the hedging buying occurs? Like 200? I have no idea. I mean, they're dropping it so fucking hard that the upside in their models must have been extremely risky, right? If they have to run this, I mean, it's so hard to say what like the upside potential is. The downside's the same, right? Because we have so much volatility and illiquidity now that, you know, they can short 10,000 shares and we could drop, you know, $4 because of the gap downs. And the same is true to the upside. I'm sure they're aware of that. That kind of seems to be what's happening. Like if you look at Pong, if you look at Yelya's model, right, when we got that big delta sensitivity spike, the price got slammed down under it, right? And we start to spike again and they bring the price down again, right? But as these two things diverge more and more, right, that the tails on the risk are separating. And like this is what like a lot of what creates a short squeeze. Dylan, I have formal education. Not that a lot of this is covered in that, but for what it's worth. So many fucking puts in the money right now. Jesus. Total calls up 20,000 from last week. Let's see if they hold. Hold on 1 second. Sorry, I need to check something here. Okay, how do we even know they're really out of ammo? I mean, we'll find out, probably in a quick and violent way. GameStop just tweeted that we should call our moms. What? Theoretically, if the free float eventually gets locked or accounted for in CS, that can mean we could name a price to an extent. No. They'll just continue to short without borrowing your shares. How much does SPY have to dip for a market crash? Quite a lot. I wouldn't consider us in a crash unless we fell probably below 400. Well, maybe a little higher than that. Hold on. Shit. It's 437, I guess. We could begin to say that we're entering a crash versus a correction. It's interesting though, with the market dropping like this going into SLD, the downside potential is pretty significant. Discord. Dad Stop here reminding you that it's a new year, which means it's time to clean up your act and your game collection. Start with our exclusive Game Writer store and more. And don't forget to call your mom stop and check in soon. She misses you. Weird. I need to call my mom the Big Short. Oh, yeah. Interesting. Here, what was I talking about? Yeah, so squeezes generally come off of like asymmetric risk. Like asymmetric tails diverging and forced covering. And so that's kind of what we have going on right now. No, I'm not selling my Feb 18 calls. Why would I sell them? The asymmetry. The asymmetry is why you can't squeeze a long position, right? Because if you short a stock at $10 and it goes to 20, you're negative $10. If you if it goes to 30, you lose 20 and so on. Shorted stock is inherently borrowed and it's inherently levered because it's borrowed, right? And then forced selling is the outcome of that. So the further divergence from the inherent risk, the more chance of it snapping back. And they've done it. The volume was just higher. Why you buy Fev 18500? Oh, why not? I told you guys not to expect holiday sales numbers today because the last time they were announced was before Ryan Cohen was in charge. People on our Supersonic live feed are making claims they can't buy GME through their brokers. Don't know which. Curious. I don't want to upset my 69 share total, or I would try, but I'd imagine that I would fill if I put in an order right now. Ryan Cohen wasn't in charge last January, Benjamin. Remember, he wasn't appointed to the board until the shareholders meeting. We will never really be able to sit down and figure out if they know something we don't, or if they were those short hedge funds just blinded by greed. Yeah, probably not. I cannot deposit to eToro to buy the dip, but now it works. Okay. It's doing that thing again where it goes slightly up. Able to put in an order on free trade, no delay. Okay. They're doing micro covering throughout the day at low prices. Yes, that is the strategy until it is disrupted. Some mod on RSS posted. Hold on 1 second, guys. All right, sorry about that, guys. No, it wasn't. Margin doesn't call. So if we, well, I can answer that pretty easily here. If we look at delta sensitivity from back here, delta sensitivity has remained high, right? But the price has been shorted down below it. And this spread is what can create the snapback. Could be possible DFV has 12122 calls and will exercise. I mean, maybe, but we don't know. He hasn't posted a position update. And that's what happened in the VW squeeze too, right? Was that they tried to short, they kept shorting in order to bring the price down to dodge that exposure. What brand of sharpening stones do you use? Oh, I have shit, what are they called? I'm trying to remember the name. I bought them so long ago. Shapton? I think it's Shapton. The learning curves takes some time. They're not dangerous though. You get used to it. I mean, you'll probably like skim over your finger a couple times, and but you know, you'll get used to it, and you'll learn the proper way to hold the knife so you don't cut yourself. I would start with but learning, I would start with like a cheap knife and a cheap stone till you get the hang of it. Yeah, I think I have like 800, 1,000, 3,000, and an 8,000 stone, which is sufficient. You don't really need it. You can go finer than that, but you don't need to. Start by paper trading knives. I'm thinking April calls to capture potential movements after quarter four earnings. Do you think a good quarter four with positive EPS for? I don't think we'll see positive EPS. I might get an announcement or something. The best chance for value in April calls is the end of February movement. I'm not a big fan of April calls. I kind of like March and then June. Can you explain Linux's new post? Which one? The one about Feb 22nd? That's just like we've talked about that a bunch. That's just the next update, essentially. But first, let's focus on today and the 6 million more volume that was dark pooled that needs to print. If they haven't been closing shorts, then they wouldn't pay taxes. Could be a big part of their profit. That's possible, although most of their profits seem to come from playing volatility. How is the cost to roll contracts forward determined? The cost is the difference between the price of your current contract and then the contract you're buying. Where do you see your what's trading for options? That's posted on Reddit TA update. Shiftsearch.com. I have a theory, maybe the after hour spike was to test sensitivity against their models and it went way higher. So now they are desperate to short lower more. That's possible. Based on the fact that it was essentially a buy and a sell, right? Like we almost opened Friday very near to where we closed. Like we were only up like $10, I think. And so it's possible that this was just a very large liquidity test, but I think it was probably FTDs because they could just use the covering of XRT FTDs, right, to test liquidity. I'm guessing that the exuberance line was somewhere around here. Because everyone's way more bullish now. Yeah, the King 600 1000. It's kind of soft, but get out of my head. That's kind of how I feel. Like I don't really care until we cross 180. I don't think their models would be very accurate given the bid-ask spread and the volatility. Moderately. I mean, they can figure out what X amount of buy pressure does, but as the price goes up further, if they reach a point where they're not unlocking liquidity, like it could start gapping up. Odds we cross 180 before your Jan calls expire? Probably okay. I didn't mean to buy these. These were an accident, but I just held them because they were fairly cheap when I bought them. Oh no, I'm sad again. It's okay. We have the crossover, so the trend still looks bullish. Don't forget, they have a massive number of puts here. I think we could start it from here. Son of a bitch. Just gonna bottom out. Yeah, I drew that right. I'm so good at this. Citadel might be long volatility. And maybe Melvin is short. Do you think it would be better to buy contracts now or wait till we're sub 100? I don't know if we're going to sub 100. Ooh, failed. Failed the breakout. More down. Probably to there. Check that now. Lucid broke 43. Oh, nice. Yeah, Lucid looks good. Tesla coming back up. So Tesla's getting a bounce a little early. This is pretty bullish. Isn't there like a Tesla 3X ETF? Can you explain Lee Nix's new post? I didn't read it. From what I can tell, he's just referring to the ETF index quarterly settlement, which occurs, well, it begins on Feb 18, but T+2 is Feb 22nd. I'm sure that lines up with his SLD predictions, given that they occur within the same week of those months. I don't want to read it. It's like too much work. I'll read it later. I mean, it's like, I don't know why everyone assumes that I read everyone's DD all the time. It's just the same as the DD that I've espoused for months, right? Good time to buy into Cat. And he has as well, right? I'm pretty sure the SLD lines up with all of the, because it's monthly and occurs in the third week. It just lines up automatically with those quarterly settlements. The problem I have with the SLD thing is that like SLDs every month. Right? But yes. But the ETF index settlements only occur here and here. So this is what GameStop will run on these two dates. Same way we ran in November. Same way we ran in August. It's what kicked off the rollover in May, June. I don't feel like there's any new information there. How the fuck did I end up on Caterpillar? Hey, we broke out. Thoughts on Lucid? I have like 300 shares. I sold cover calls on the last big run up, and I may have to buy them back if it runs kind of hard. Actually, I should probably buy it back now. I've already made plenty of money off of them. Right? Yeah. Before IV picks up. Oh, fuck. Are they really... Son of a bitch. Hold on. I gotta do this on my phone. Go away. Hey, look at that. I called the bump and run reversal. Sort of. Did I have Lucid as a Pickles pick? I think I did at one point, right? I should have. Look at this fucking volatility. Ridiculous. Oh. No. I would wait for a cat to drop more. I'm still waiting to see if cat holds 220. And we're exuberant. We did it. Oh, interesting. Well, didn't they approve the post though, so I don't have to worry about it today? That's so weird. Why would it read it with a slash? I'll just fix it. Here, I'll just put a fucking space. God, I hate the auto mod. There. Madara, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire. I appreciate it. I can't answer that, Mr. Little Pickle. Change it to clips with a K? I don't respond to text messages by talking yet, but someday. I definitely get like stream PTSD when I'm sleeping. Like, I'll just see, like, the fucking light in my face, and then I'll wake up, and I'll be like, oh shit, I have to go start the stream. That keeps happening to me. It's disturbing. Because, like, I just have this big fucking light here that just shines in my eyes all day. You know what? I'm going to turn it off for a minute. We're going dark. Oh, song FTD? My bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thanks for becoming a zillionaire. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510.
We're going dark in honor of the Dark Pools printing.
Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion.
Yeah, chat's moving really quick. I have a question for you people who may be more knowledgeable about why Windows just sucks balls. When I scroll to the bottom of chat and then try to scroll up, it's just been getting stuck. This just started happening yesterday, and I don't understand it. Why doesn't the music play on Discord? It doesn't pick up my desktop audio. I've restarted my computer. It's a YouTube thing. It's been buggy. That'll probably never get fixed. And my RAM is not dying. Fire in the Bronx killed 19 people. My condolences to your fellow New Yorkers. Well, that's nice of you, Graham Crawford. I didn't know them, so it's okay. Am I wrong in thinking this is going to be some of the best pricing we are going to see in GME options before the expected movement is over the next 3-ish weeks? It's possible. Hold on. I'm going to try to... Bullishness picked up by 1%. All right, I'll turn the light back on. I wonder what happens if I make the light really bright. Jesus Christ. Oh, what have I done? Okay, I'm not doing that again. That's for when I become a skin beauty and skincare YouTuber. Then I'll max out the brightness. Can you put a green light bulb in? I can just make myself green. Nope. That's not the right one. Ah, this is it. Why would you be getting Feb 25th? Oh, to capture that? Yeah. It's probably just better to roll forward later in January than to try to buy Feb 25s. The spread on those is still super wide. Held you a check for pitching well. Have you seen Bazinga's explanation for why Jamie is down today? No? Do I care? Can I get like a more pickle, like a better pickle color? No, that's not what we want. There we go. It's all about getting the right shade of green. More Slack. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man.
Kink identified. Fidelity showing 173k shares to borrow. I wonder if they'll return the other 3 million they've borrowed over the last 3 weeks. Remember when Streamlabs worked for like 3 days? Yeah. Guys, we've got a bullish crossover. Shouldn't you care what Bazinga's reason is so you can eliminate it from the list of actual possible reasons? I mean, when we were down 8% and Yahoo said we were down 9.3, they weren't wrong, you know? They did, in fact, predict the future. So sometimes it's worth paying attention. Can we go back to the beautiful Hank and Ashley? Yeah. Where's this bullish crossover? Right there. And if we keep going up, our EMA 30 is about to cross VWAP. I agree, crossovers don't matter, but they're fun to talk about. Do you invest in DoD contractors? Only if I think they're going to go up. You mean like from an ethical stance? Money's money. It's very hard to invest ethically. Probably impossible, given the way money flows. What happened to the ETF exposure? I don't think it's happened yet. Something money is green. I mean, I can't believe everybody's tits aren't jacked that we're over the 3-month average volume every day for the last 3 days. I mean, a long-term standing portfolio? No, I have very few like long-term standing investments. I own some like Palantir, AMD, and GME for the those are like my big ones. I have a few others, but that for the most part, that those are the ones that matter. What's up, bro? Good to see you streaming. Never quit. Can't stop, won't stop. GameStop. Uh, uh. It does, but that tactic runs out. You guys all seem to, not all of you, but a lot of you assume that this is some sort of infinite thing that they can just keep doing, and they can't. I really shouldn't bring up asymmetric tails because people are going to want me to explain them. The more and more they try to diverge price action from where it should be, the more risk they create. In the hopes that people sell, Darb. So do you know what, when Volkswagen was going into its squeeze and Porsche bought 30% of the float in options, imagine the delta sensitivity spike, right? That would have occurred. And so the answer to that was to diverge the price, right? Short and in response. So instead of moving the price into this massive gamma ramp, you short it. And they did that for as long as they could. Ultimately, they failed because Porsche's options were far dated. And the price came back. Came back hard. This is a lot of what we want to happen. Asymmetric tails. Lady View Up got that asymmetric tail. And this is why. Apparently my daughter heard you say that and said asymmetric tails, we win. Feels pretty accurate. It does. Oh, Carl. You're going to create more confusion than you're solving. Clip it, clip it, clip it. Exuberance? Fine. I have 16,669 subscribers as of this minute. This is arguably the most bullish thing I've ever seen. It's going to be ruined shortly, but yeah, it's over. What happened to Jan 10th, 21st dates? Nothing. Nothing has happened to them. They are still there. They will occur as long as the Earth keeps spinning. I'm not digging this green look. It's stressing me out. Is it because we're still red? I'm fighting back. So the argument's really the shade of green. I suppose I could be like a little less bullishly green. Is that better? More of like a market green. Trying to match WeBull. Good green, good content. 72k infidelity. Thanks, Daniel Taylor. Shill. The more I think about it, Ken Griffin is definitely Lord Farquaad. What do you mean what happened to the FTDs? Oh, do you think FTDs mean up? They don't. They mean pronounced volatility. When they're net short, we get ups. Also, the market tanked today, which like didn't help us out. SPY down $8 or 161 points. It's not good. It's not a good way to start a run. How does a long FTD work? Is that just the market? So probably if you buy a share of GameStop at market, the market maker is going to satisfy that order synthetically, right? And that creates a long FTD. Which then has to be matched to a sale order in order to satisfy CNS. Can I use a hex code? I think I can. It's 00C288. Ooh. Oh, very nice. It is much more minty, isn't it? This is it. I'm aware of the Fidelity share count for the people that keep spamming it in chat. I'm trying to be the candle that I want to see. Like Lumiere. Big green. Can we look? Last year, so last year we had similar shit occur, right? We had this aftermarket run up. Then we traded pretty flat for 2 days. And then on the 13th, we rocketed. Pretty much right at market open. And then here on the 25th is where it really fucking started taking off. Oh, so much occurred during after hours. It was crazy shit, you know? But don't forget, for a long period of that, we were trading between like $20 and $60. That's 100% rocket. It is. I just got nostalgia for last January, like hard. Think of it this way, they're just like shorting the breakout, right? Oh, back down again. Fidelity just doubled up, 100,000 up to 280K. Ooh, they're pushing us hard. I didn't get an alert. It was running. I was watching it. Oh, man. Well, we should have some support here. We might just smash right through it, though. $10K share sell wall. Let's see it on here. Lots more FTDs, Alan Long. Not really seeing the correlation there. Interesting. There's more FTDs Wednesday as well. There's FTDs. So the FTDs start now, right? So this is where FTDs from ETF FTDs from the November drop off. So from here, from November 23rd forward, ETF FTDs begin today. Overlapping with FTDs. And then we also, this is the December FTDs for ETF, December ETF FTDs. This is when they begin. The biggest ETF FTD dates will align here with the futures. So this ETF FTD date is not the biggest. The FTDs ramp up throughout the cycle. This is Feb 8th. This is November 23rd. This is Jan 10th. This is the 25th. Towards the end of January into early Feb. Although our strongest period of overlap is actually here from Feb 1st through Feb 8th. But volume's already picking up. I mean, our volume Our volume last Friday was greater than any of the volume we've seen since June. We're still waiting for corresponding price action, but the volume is very good. This giant volume spike is a good indicator of what's to come. Please clip the last 5 minutes. Sure. And so what happens here, right, is that we get more and more ETFs or FTDs as the cycle goes on. This is what happened last year as well. And this ETF, like this FTD pileup, puts them in a position where they can't CNS or continuously net settle effectively. We're slower this year. Last year we got put on the threshold list towards the end of December. I think it was December 20 something if. So this year we're a little slower, but we're starting to see borrowing pick up on real GME shares, with Fidelity dropping to 0 this morning. But once these pile up enough, right, especially if they start internalizing these, like we saw Friday, if we're seeing a lot of internalization, eventually that breaks loose. And when it does, they have to scramble to make up those orders in order to net settle, which then, you know, drives the price up, which drives the delta up, which drives the volatility up, which puts pressure on the variance swaps, and then putting pressure on the variance swaps causes increased variance hedging, which means lots of puts and calls start being purchased, which puts more pressure on the market maker, creating a gamma ramp. If that gamma ramp takes off and the price improvement is drastic, then you will see exercising in the T+2 window from that ramp, which then creates a gamma squeeze. If it starts to gamma squeeze, the price will eventually, or hopefully, get high enough that the short positions become exposed and are forced to close. Short squeeze. Don't stop. Almost there. Mic drop and clip. All right. Yes, Mitch West. That's true. As that delta sensitivity picks up, we become more volatile to the up and downside. This is kind of what you see happen in a BBKC breakout. like this squeeze indicator, is that volume and volatility reach a low, and the Bollinger Bands come come within the Keltner channel. And then as volume and volatility pick up, it bursts out. Looks like we're holding a nice floor. I drew a very, very nice support resistance line there. Maybe we're forming another shoulder, although this looks like the head and shoulders already broke down. And we're primed for another push to the upside, really. I think we found mean. There's no reason for us not to continue up. Naka's gonna go to the millions? No, it's fucking not. What's your process for drawing support resistance lines? I just draw them where I see support and resistance. I think it's more of like practice and an art than it is really like a technical skill. I think you get used to reading volume and price action on the charts and you get better at it. Support resistance lines are always unique, trader to trader, technical analyst to technical analyst. If they're all being done right, they should be very close to one another, however. So chances of MOASS are not looking good. No, I disagree. I think they do look good. Thanks, One Punch Toe. If we stay low by the time we get paid, buying more calls, wondering about pro cons of buying 150 versus 210s for the same price. Okay, so here's the deal. Anytime you have that question, it's a risk versus leverage situation, right? So with the same set amount of capital, you can either take on less risk and get the nearer the money option, or you can take on more leverage, but also increase your risk. I get asked that question 100 times a day, and it's always the same answer. You have to make a determination between risk or leverage. This Lou versus Wall Street guy seems like a complete scam artist. That's kind of what I understood from the situation. I've never seen any of his videos, but I assume that's probably accurate. Does that mean the MOASS will be extended like Tesla was? I don't think that's possible on GameStop. I think it's already way too volatile. Check your Discord, please. I've already messaged you, but it seems every time I message you is badly timed with one of your rants, so you miss it. Oh, that's fucking dope. Oh, wait, hold on. Is one of those got no background? I need no background on it. Can you cut the background? Why would I stream with Astro? He's like an AMC YouTuber. Oh, hi, Corey. Thank you so much for becoming a Zillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man.
You strike me as a Bronx science kid for sure. Interesting. I'm just gonna give people seizures with this. If those shorts are in the money and they cover them, that's going to drive the price up. AP. So yeah, if they finally got all their puts for the last, or all their shorts for the last 9 months in the money, covering those would drive the price up. I'm almost at 9 months of your pregnancy. Congratulations, Han. Han's about to drop a freglet, guys. Han, through you, Freg will live forever. Even though we're pretty sure he might be dead. I'm pretty sure I watched Hambadan chug some wine not too long ago. Well, that's how you... If you're pregnant, you need to preserve the fregrio. You started it, Han. Because, like, a freglet without fetal alcohol syndrome really isn't a child of freg. Don't give me shit. Imagine the honor that comes with being immaculately impregnated. This is the way. Praise be to VWAP. What a weird time to log in. During this pre-mass period, can we start shipping your little pickle people? Follow-up question, who should get the hand of our fair maiden Cardi VWAP? Ah. Now Guybrush is slapping the ask. XRT oversold. No shit. Why would they be buying July 15th 200 puts? Wouldn't they want to buy cheaper, shorter? They buy them in the money so that the market maker shorts on their behalf when they hedge. Why won't the RSS mod that called me a bad actor respond to my request for math proof? Trust me, bro. They did the math. Can you explain what we were looking for with XRT when it's going on Reg Show. Kind of similar to what happened last year when it went on Reg Show, which was this. That's literally what they said, and it's driving me up a fucking wall. Wait, seriously? Shift search looking weird. Care to explain? Which are you asking about? The 200 puts are being sold, by the way. That $2.2 million, that's a credit spread. Someone's bullish. You caught me? It was me. I'm bullish. Guys, serious question. Moonwin. Can you do the classic Mr. Griffin take down this wall in a Reagan-like voice? No. I'm glad that us being up $3 has stoked everyone. Everyone's tits are jacked now. This is great. We can finally get on with the day and have some fun. Down here, it was all, I'm down $60,000. Now? Retake exuberance quiz. It really is. There's asymmetric risk on the bullishness on GameStop. The tails are diverging. Idiosyncratic risk. This is a public service announcement to remind you that the price is wrong, and the only price that matters is the price you're willing to sell your shares for. So chill the fuck out and enjoy the ride. Thank you, Alex C. Billionaire, 7 months. I appreciate that. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a quick break. We're locked in this channel right now. We need some volume. Okay, I'm not answering that. Yeah. So I'll be back in like. I'll be back at 12:55 p.m. I'll be back. I'll be back for 1269 guaranteed. Carl is not in charge. All right, I'm back. Wait. There we go. Just in time. I've transcended beyond bullish and bearish. In fact, I've moved beyond the squeeze, beyond GME, and even beyond money. I'm not just me. In other news, can I crash on your couch for a week? I'm still trying to get being beyond money through my landlord's head. Unfortunately, no. Too many other investors are currently sleeping on my couch. I'm going to have to take my dreams of opening up a housing for single mothers and just turn it into housing for degenerate gamblers. That is correct, Trey Phillips. They're trying to generate volume to clear FTDs through CNS. And then ideally on day 4, before thresholding, they will net the remaining, which means buy. Or threshold. And we all know what happens if GME gets thresholded. And I really, really, really hope it does. Day 4 is Wednesday. No, we can't really track it because we don't know if GME FTDs are in excess of 0.5% of the free float, which I think is like 300,000 something fails a day. I have talked about CNS and how it works repeatedly. If Jimmy gets thresholded, do we all get pregnant? Well, after 13 days, they wouldn't be able to short it anymore without a pre-borrow agreement, which they're never going to fucking get on GameStop. It still wouldn't cut off ETF shorting, but they'd max it out real quick. SSR is triggered. Frag, but now a cyborg. Hello, Pickle. I have found you. Citadel stole me from the Dans and experimented on me to turn on you. I have escaped, but must remain hidden. Pickle, always remember, Freg is friend. Freg is greatest friend. I don't know if you're real Freg, but I am curious. Wonder if there would be a way to confirm if Frag I need to... Everyone calm down, first of all. I don't know if this is the real Freg or not. Carl is a bad actor. Stop asking for mathematical proofs of mathematical assumptions, Carl. Shill. How do you confirm Fregness? Freg knows how to confirm. It's kind of like in spy movies where the one spy is like, walks up to the other guy and he's like, you know, the Farmer's Almanac had it wrong today. It's 84 degrees out. Like, that's sort of how Freg confirms being Freg to me, if Freg is alive. We have a code word. Sentence. Not a safe word. I know what you're thinking, but no. Freg is my spirit animal. I found him on the Discord. We used to hang out at the Walmart and do donuts together. And then Freg disappeared. I know Freg would never paper hand, so I don't know what happened. Safe word is Susquehanna. You didn't even spell it right, cough burp. Freg is everything I wish J Fresh was. But I told J Fresh, I'm like, dude, let's go do donuts at the Walmart and flex on girls with our 500 limit store card. And he's like, that doesn't really sound like something I want to do tonight. I'm just going to get drunk instead. Because he's a cat. You just can't have good times with a cat. I'm sure we'll rebound back to 130 before we drop to 110. I like to do donuts in the Walmart parking lot. Interesting. Do you have a Dollar Tree Platinum card, Turdferg? $12.69 is approaching. I think a lot of you guys DM me during the stream on Discord, assuming that I'll read them. I can't do that, Carl. It gets people's tits too jacked. Dr. K, nice ascending channel. Santa Cruz 936. If you want, dude, check the announcements channel in the Discord, and the instructions for linking your YouTube are in there. Otherwise, you got to wait for me to copy and paste it after the stream. Not a Dollar Tree Platinum, but I got credit at Marshall's. It's a little high end. I don't know. Maybe, turd. I'll think about it. Guess like hit up the clearance section. I do need new sheets. I heard dozens of dollars in Kohl's cash. Who doesn't? That's not impressive. I think you're right. Nope. That's my timer. I'll be right back. After a word from our sponsors. All right. Back just in time for 1269. Damn it. Again? It's really fucking annoying that I miss MOASS every time. Hype song. If you don't answer, does Marge ever really call? It's a good question. Look at you guys calling breakouts. Is lasagna a quiche? No, it's a cake. It's like you didn't even read the guide. What am I eating? Irony. No, it's just sometimes the existential dread kicks in. And I'm sitting here eating my Totino's party pizza that I bought at Walmart last night and thinking people look to me for financial guidance. And I feel like I exist in two different realities. Can you fib retrace the stock? I'd rather not. No, A Steve, not a poor, but there's some things that like are bonded to you forever. This is too Dr. Drake. People do look to Matt cores. So I guess it's better than that. Yeah, I'll forever be new money. There's no way I could be anything else. Like, even if I had a $13 million house and like Ferraris and Lambos, I'd still probably pick up some Totino's party pizzas. They're disgusting. Don't get me wrong. But if you cook them just right, decent. So what I do is I fire up my uni oven that's on my patio. And I wait for it to get to about 800 degrees. And then I toss them in there. And they come out like puff pastry pizza. I have an uni. I got an air fryer. It's disgusting. Uni. How do you fry air? Oh, the uni is fun, Carl. I've only ever cooked one pizza in it, though. I just use it to cook other things at ridiculous temperatures. Oh, if it's a post MOASS pizza oven, you just get a brick one built on your property, like a real one. Yeah, steak comes out really quick too. I like doing vegetables in it. Like I have the sear pan or whatever the fuck it's called. It's just like a cast iron thing that you shove in there. Yeah, I can make homemade pizza. But I usually don't make like New York style pizza. I'll make like Neapolitan pizza if I make it at home, because it's a lot easier to prep the dough. New York pizza's a bitch. Like it takes up like my whole fridge, and I'm like cold proofing dough for like 48 hours. I mean, okay, listen, if you've made MOASS tendies, you should probably at least own one property, nanotechy. We cold boofing dough over here? You know it. If there's one thing I've learned about my audience from Reddit, it's that if this was a pickle themed cooking show, and instead of me being me, I was like an Ahego animated pickle, and the GME ticker was in the bottom right hand corner of the screen at all times, I would have 1 million subs like that.
100% yes. I'd watch the fuck out of that. How do I know what it is? I used to play Magic, man. I've seen the bottom of the barrel of nerd shit, and that's not even that bad. Invest in Magic cards? It's so cringy. How do you play Magic? It's a game. Yu-Gi-Oh was not the one true card game. I've never met a single intelligent person who played Yu-Gi-Oh. Unless they had like severe autism spectrum disorder. Like to the point of being unable to function in society. You just dissed all of us. There is no crust, Purple Moon. It's just a square. All edges are the same. Please don't make Gurk laugh while he's eating. If he chokes and dies, we'll be forced to watch, yet unable to save him. Thank you, Cordell Mans Maya. Citadel, sir, they don't even care. They're buying far dated calls while talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! And pizza dough. How much money is ideal to play quarterly GME call options? I mean, that's up to you, man, and your risk tolerance. I did 25K in August. Had I known and I could go back in time, I would have done infinitely more. Does it count if you played Yu-Gi-Oh just to hustle nerds, take their cards, and sell them on the internet for dollars? I mean, that's why I played Magic. I would just get store credit, buy cards with it, and then like sell them on the internet. What did you Oh, August was a bitch. So I was up at one point, Jesus, like a couple 100,000. Then I held too long, sold too late. Then I bought puts on earnings. So off that 25K investment, I ended up 50, but my unrealized gains were like 300,000 almost. We just thought it, like back then, we just thought that like they would roll every cycle. The futures contracts. That was before we knew that they could fail. It sucked. And if my earnings puts hadn't printed, I only would have made like 12,000 off the whole fucking ordeal. Are you saying MTG is a gateway drug to stocks? It might be. I was way more cautious in November. I put 10 in. I put 6 in, and then 3 in, and then 1,000 in, and then it tanked, and I got out with, I think it was $10,182 for $10,000 of risk. Oh yes, Freg's Day. Never forget. To clarify, regardless of fail or roll, Jamie Price runs at least once every quarter. Essentially, yeah. Oh, Porsche released a bunch of the float. They sold out to the short sellers and made more money off the VW squeeze than they did in the next like 3 years selling cars. You know what's not good? San Pellegrino Aranciata Rosa with Totino's Party Pizza. What's up, DV? How you doing, man? Is it fair to say that cash secure puts are part of the buy walls we see? They don't show up that way. The order would be executed after assignment. Fluffiosa. Grill? EMA 360 for the win. We'll see. Thanks, Kyle. Good comment. Okay, I'm gonna say it. Release the Kraken. You said it too soon. Have you ever eaten Tibetan momos? You know what? I think I have. Trading view at 1327. It's just 2,000 volume. I wonder what CVV WAP's looking like. It's got to be correcting. Nope, not even a little bit. At what point do you think we take the streets? What? I'm not leaving my fucking house, all right? You do whatever you want, win food stamps. Good comment, said Girk. And that, grandkids, is when I knew that I'd be able to get into heaven. It was as if the entire weight of the world had passed through my shoulders. I'll remember that day forever, said Kyle Bichler to his two little freglets. He had insisted his sons name them Sanjit and Freg, even though they were both girls. Why are you green? Hope. I'm full of hope. Only time will tell, K-Mac. Have you shown the stream the shift search put volume that was bought today? Yeah, we looked at it earlier. It's higher now, but the 125s got fucking blown out. No, I said I'm full of hope, Grizz. Cardi VWAP is making me rethink my marriage vows. Which ones? Lots of puts on IWP. Interesting. We'll see. In thickness or in depth, vows in it. I hope Cardi VWAP is from South London. How does Cardi VWAP wipe? She doesn't need to. What are your thoughts on Pickle Me Elmo? No. No. That sounds no. I'm not gonna do an Elmo impression. I don't feel well after eating all that Gino's party pizza. Why? You know the worst part is I have all this healthy shit in my fridge that I could eat instead. And that's what I choose to eat. Ah. Zakir has an uncomfortably accurate Mickey Mouse impression. It's from the Florida. Can you please narrate the Piggly Wiggly short squeeze? Oh yeah, the owner bought a bunch of the stock to keep people from short selling it, and then he got fucked. I know that Jen the librarian. I'm aware. But every time I'm like, you know what? Eating is a lifestyle choice, and I'm only going to fill my fridge with healthy foods. Then I'm like, fuck it. I don't want to live that lifestyle. I tried keto for a week and keto's rough. Especially the first week. I'd like to see the push during hours, Moon. Is DDS still a play in your opinion? As much as, yeah. Is DDS not also coming up right now? It is. If it's any consolation, that's the only food I'm going to eat today. Like, I'm done eating for today now. Which may be even worse. I mean, they prescribe ketosis for people with, like, fatty liver and stuff like that, too. That's not better. It's not really so much intermittent fasting as is the idea of eating again disgusts me. Why will nobody sell DDS calls to such a savvy investor such as myself? I spent all day spoofing around the chain. Good luck. I've been trying to get DDS calls to fill for weeks. And I've only picked up 11 and they're all at the same strike. What's the worst thing you've ever tasted? Durian? No. Well, maybe. 10 of them? That's a lot. What's the dumbest thing you've read someone put in the chat? That was you did it, Popcorn Trader. You've won your own contest. I've smelled it, rhubarbs, surstrumming, or whatever it is. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I've smelled it from afar, and no, I would not eat it. Carl, stop losing your shit over vegan cheese, all right? Carl's being a bad actor in chat. I'm a doctor. I used to have an NIH funded lab. The data is real. Live longer, feel better with intermittent fasting. I like it. It's not an issue for me because I'm just not hungry most of the time. Here's an opinion nobody asked for. I love cheeseburgers, But I don't care what anyone thinks. Beyond Burgers slap when seasoned correctly. Plus 20 grams protein and not soy based. Okay. It's both, Hockney. It's a GME channel. But GME's like being lame and not at $10,000. So we have to talk about other things too. Can you speak on where you think all of the short shares are hiding for GameStop? I think they have offset their reporting requirements by using single stock futures. So, you know, for every like 50,000 shares short they are of GME, I think they use SSFs to say that they have those 50,000 shares. And because Chicago 1 is closed, some tinfoil shit. I think Citadel internalizes them. Chicago 1 was like a thing that CME and CBOE and Citadel set up together to sell futures on single equities. And then it was dissolved, but somehow single stock futures still exist. If anybody from the SEC has taken a break from Pornhub to watch this segment, check it out. Might find something. CBOE was the last place to buy US-based SSFs. More leverage, Jettle. Single stock futures. I mean, that one guy's reported me to the SEC a bunch, so hopefully they're watching. No, futures are not the same as an option. An option is the right to buy, but not the obligation. A futures contract is an obligation. We don't have any insight into SSFs. They're all traded internally. I actually think we found one at one point. If I'm not mistaken. For GameStop. SSFs can be quarterly or semi-annual, I think. Or yearly. UK broker shows float of 102 million. Interesting. I mean, ETFs use futures in a similar way to maintain their net asset value. But yeah, GME has far more futures exposure than a single equity should have. Did any horribly written MSM articles ever get to you? No. That's correct, Samuel. They sound functionally the same as a CFD. Sort of. You can just Google them and start going down the rabbit hole, AP. But I think it provides them with two very important things. It shows them as net neutral on their books. It gives them margin. And so I came up with this theory in trying to find the best way for them to hide a short position. And this seemed like one of the best ways. Well, they don't have to report SI because they're neutral on the books. And the drop we see after the futures rolls is because once those contracts are in place, they can then leverage against them. So once they roll the contract, they can then turn around and use that contract as leverage. I'm doing great, Bob. Clip it, Pickles conspiracies. They're not public. And the CFTC stopped reporting this year. There is no publicly available ledger. Technically, they're like a financial instrument that shouldn't really exist. But they do. And that's what's confusing about it. Is they don't really have like They have no exchange, right? But they have OI, like open interest. And there are SSFs for GME. We don't know how many because we can't see the open interest on them, but we know they exist. Oh, today is far from over, Silver Reserve. Is there a counterparty to the SSF? Not necessarily. I mean, yeah, I guess if they can find someone who wants to be short a bunch on GameStop, like fucking, what was it? Iceberg, Titanic Capital. Glacier, that was it. What's your background for having such knowledge in that? I went to school for finance. And it taught me none of that. Also, just self-study, reading. All the information's available. You just have to find it and learn it. Friggin' nerd. Rude. What's your background, Gherk? It's a WeBull chart, silly. Learned a lot on the BlackRock internship. You know, not much until the field trip, actually. It was just a lot of like running to Starbucks, filling out checks for blog authors on Bazinga. No, I didn't intern at BlackRock. It's a fucking joke. So you've rude. How about that Dickel on Wall Street Bets opinion is unpopular who called you a grifter? I mean, his opinion's unpopular, I guess. But also, Ben, give me your money, bro. I have no problem doing my own homework, but what are good sources to learn options? Investopedia is a great place to start researching terms that you don't understand. Your broker should have a lot of learning materials available for how to get started in options. Usually selling to open, but also, you know, buying to open. After that, I would say if you feel comfortable, open up a paper trading account. Don't use real capital, and pick yourself up a copy of Options as a Strategic Investment and practice. Bullish. Since I've turned green, GameStop has gone up. I can't go back to being a normal color anymore. You guys need to accept me for what I am. And that's it. I don't have any money. It's all in the options you made me buy. I can just bring out all the pickles. Oh, wait. I forgot one. Interesting. Okay. No, it's Jerome Powell. Ah, there we go. Thanks, Glider. Coup to you too, sir. No, they're not. You're assigning them genders, Sir David P. I went to school for finance, but so much of what I learned was just textbook and not real world. Managing a balanced portfolio, options as a hedge, etc. No market mechanics or trading. Yeah. Like a master's in financial engineering will get you some insight into the market mechanics, but I still think most of the knowledge about Wall Street is locked behind the wall of working on Wall Street. Probably intentionally. What do you mean, probably? Well, if you want to get an internship at BlackRock, um, you probably need your dad to go and blow Larry Fink. Then you need to attend an Ivy League school for at least 4 years and get straight A's. And then maybe you'll be able to fetch coffees for people. Now, if your dad blew Larry Fink 25 years ago when they were in college together, and you also went to that same college, you might have a better shot. Admit it, this is your real skin tone. Like DFB, you came from the future to guide humanity through MOASS and are the love child of Captain Kirk and the green alien chick he banged that time. Or your dad can invest $50 million and create your mini ETFs in BlackRock. That too. So it's nepotism, but slightly different, essentially. I think we're all seeing the FTD pressure now being realized by the market. But I've made it so fun since the dip that no one noticed. What's XRT up to? Hopefully not going down anymore. Yeah, it's doing ups. It's doing big ups. Fucking hope so, Jettle. Pay attention to me. No. Can my pickle come back on screen? I don't know if I have it saved. Someone might need to send me it without the background hand. But yes, I can put your, like, I'll put the pickle up for you if you want. Haven't seen the Carly Rae in a while. There she is. There she is. I'm just spending the last 45 minutes spoofing the whole DDS chain. This guy is now the proud owner of 3 Feb 18s at $92. Can't wait to watch these go in the money. If DDS goes up $10, they'll be in the money. The IV on those is very, very sensitive. Who's Cardi VWAP? She's the pickle in the top right corner. Do you think retail share buying can move the price at all? Since only lots of 100 move the price, they can separate our lots into smaller pieces. Yeah, they can break them up as they see fit. Tesla is no longer negative. It's up 0.44% for the day. Look at it go. Didn't I say this earlier? I said Tesla would be going up. I said it bounced. Nice bounce. Headline: Retail dumps GameStop to buy it back the same day. No cough burp. No. So DSP buying via batch on NYSE help with the price discovery instead of buying odd lot share amounts they send to the dark pool. I mean, they send it to the dark pool, but they're still batched and executed. So sure, like with DSP versus like just buying, but the effect is the same. It's just over a longer period of time. So instead of realizing price discovery today, it'll be realized by tomorrow, right? I mean, it just doesn't really matter. We're not high frequency traders. We're long-term investors, so it's irrelevant. Like if they internalized 6 million buy volume on Friday, you know, that's got to print. So Torin, thank you so much for coming to Zillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club as soon as the stream's over.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trades this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Did you read my daily DD Friday? OG rules? We're like 58% dark pool volume. Why are we even pulling bullishness? What am I missing? We're just measuring the sentiment in chat. We're using it as a live indicator. I mean, dark pool volume is limited by the available counterparty volume. Technically. Just remember this every time you doubt the thesis. My goal is also to have parents that love me. Too late. Get over it. Loveface XYZ online strips without clothing, hidden by Zakir's wife. Hold on a second. Maybe she's just trying to buy some GME. Like, we shouldn't be so judgy. No, you're fine. Thank you for banning the bots. My goal is to have my parents be so disappointed in me that they have to adjust the inheritance to make sure I don't get destitute. I don't think they're dipping all the stocks in the sector just because of GameStop. I think that their short position on North American retail remains. And I think they doubled down on it in the last 2 months. Buy, hold, DRS, doesn't matter, Paris. But yes, driving illiquidity into the underlying exacerbates the potential of the options. It's like the snake thing. I want to draw it because it looks like a penis, but Ouroboros. That's not true entirely, Paris. They still use a brokerage to transact the sale. So the brokerage can still fail. So it can still push it as and create an FTD. That you're thinking there's a difference in the exchange between a synthetic and a real share, and there isn't. The exchange doesn't recognize the difference. A share is a share is a share. Ouroboros, the snake who boofed his own head and caused MOASS. No problem, Paris. Yeah, it would only really help with price discovery. because the broker's order can still just be satisfied by the market maker synthetically. Now once it's in CS and fully registered, however long that process takes, it can that specific share can no longer be FTD'd. You think Power Hour is going to be super spicy? I mean, we'll see. No. I don't think knowing the ownership would really change much. I understand that, you know, but everyone already knows that the float is owned. Like there's no question. Or at least highly illiquid for a $10 billion company. I think it just presents risk, Brotars. Like everyone always asks, you know, if institutions know this, then why haven't they FOMO'd in and kicked off MOASS? Have you looked at Party recently? Insiders are buying. Analysts have upgraded them. They're at a New Year low. Seems ripped to dive in. Thoughts? What do they sell outside of Halloween? I don't know. I don't see the potential there. Have they somehow shifted their business model to not just selling fucking balloons for birthdays? Yeah, GME is risky. That's why they stay out. Tips every time I join the stream. I won't stay long. Motley Fool. Retail bails on GME on news that Clay Aiken is running for Congress. Interesting. Well, if they have FTDs to cover on GME directly for more than 5 consecutive days without covering them, Dominic, we would get reg showed. Also, why, right? Like they're not gonna they're likely not to invest the necessary funds to kick off MOASS, right? They'd probably just make a buy-in. And why would they tie up capital holding the floor of a potential short squeeze when they could have that capital anywhere else in the market making money? Right? They can just wait while we hold the floor for the stock to go up, and then they can buy. Like they can just set a buy at 180 right now and just ignore it. They don't need to do shit. I'm sure that they understand the outer bounds of the volatility on GameStop and can just place a high limit and just they don't have to do shit until it happens, right? But they're not gonna like buy in and long hold the stock with us because they do not see the potential in the company that we do. From an institutional investment standpoint, GameStop's probably about fairly valued at 150, 160. It's a little cheap right now. I mean, just read the analyst reports and you have a good idea of how I mean, outside of like Citron research, you have a good idea of how institutions view GameStop. They didn't get where they are by chasing short squeezes. Now, don't get me wrong, they may have nailed one back in the beginning, and that gave them the capital to get where they are. But they don't take that kind of risk lightly. Nobody will remember, but I was in fact the first person to ask you to draw a pickle on stream. Facts. My favorite pickle drawing of all time was Sir Dilliam Wallace. Will he ever make a return? I didn't screenshot him, so maybe not. No, most of the FTDs are created in ETFs, and ETFs do have an FTD reporting requirement. That's why XRT is on the reg show threshold list. They don't even, it's not even that they chase 7% returns, Kith. Most of the institutions you guys are referring to just own a little bit of everything. Like Vanguard. Vanguard and BlackRock just own some of everything. If you own some of every stock and one spikes, you just take some money out. They own a majority of everything. This is true. Have you come across family offices? Yeah. They're usually run by guys who've been banned from trading outside capital. I think you started this stream so you could fulfill your New Yorker desire to argue with people you don't know. Probably. In some way. But doesn't Vanguard own more of BlackRock than BlackRock does? Yeah, their valuations generally mean nothing, but Rivian's valued highly because it's backed by Amazon. Don't get me wrong, sentiment plays a factor into evaluation, but it's not like Ryan Cohen has been shouting bullish things from the rooftop for the last 12 months when everyone was listening intently. Do you know Yangshu, GME director, is also senior VP of finance at Kraft Heinz, or was? You can use bar chart if you want to look at the IV for a specific strike, Greek yogurt. I don't think RC and his team should say anything until they're ready to say something. Let the news cycle churn its bullshit reports, right? Like all it does is eventually, if enough time goes by and RC has said nothing, makes them look fucking stupid for reporting it in the first place, right? Yeah, it could be a way of trying to get them to speak ahead of time, to put pressure on them. That's not short interest. The sub $10 puts are just volatility hedges from the replicating baskets. They don't need to kick it again. They may need to re-hedge if volatility picks up. George or Jorg 3. But those aren't short interest. They have nothing to do with the short interest on GameStop. They are not married put calls. They are hedges of their replicating baskets for their variance swaps. I mean, it's both, Shane. Holy shit. I guess I should have bought my calls a little bit later. Yay, my Jans are going to go back in the money. Thank God. Yeah, it's bullish if we're seeing higher reported SI, Jeffrey. Yep, the volatility from ETF FTDs can happen in after hours. I have a feeling we're going to rip soon. See, in a squeeze like this, you're acting as the contrarian, right? Like, you are betting that you can outlast the short hedge funds. Essentially. What's it feel like to have options in the money? Asking for a friend. The only options I currently have in the money are VXX $16 calls. Oh, and I have some leaps on AMD at 125, but my 135s are out of the money right now. Do you have anything else open? Palantir still looks like shit. FINRA SI report for 12/31 drops tomorrow. Good. Because it looks bullish. We haven't failed the trend. Ascending channels always break one way or the other, right? Like they can't just, I mean, they can drag out for a long time. But eventually it is going to come out and break through the top of the channel, or it is going to fail the trend and come down. Are you single? Eh. Sure. What happens if short hedge funds ignored hedging and the price goes up and we exercise? They're fucked. They go boom. The market maker goes boom. Big boom. I was ready to mingle. There's a single indicator that tells you when to roll a contract. No? Is it green? Maybe, Thomas. I don't know. There's a lot of time between now and Thursday. Gherkin's just too shy to talk about his commitments to Cardi View up. I live my life one tick at a time, all right? If there's a more attractive ask, I'm gonna aim for it. Sometimes you have to leave the bid behind. It's just quote of the week. Clip it. How do the sub 125 puts look? Are they still there? Let's find out. Ooh. God damn it. Hold on. It refreshed. No, they're selling them. Oh shit. Guys. They're selling out of the 125s. They were buying them as high as $15 earlier. And now they're going near the ask. They're closing them down. Or they were closing them down. This is very exciting. Or the bid, sorry. Price is moving towards the bid. So the volume traded is shifted from the ask, which was like 1503, and it's shifting to 12, which means they're selling at the bid. So they were buying the ask. No, that's Shift Search. It's free. Zakir put the link in chat like 9 times. Got him. How often is this happening? What? I need to put this guy. I'll put this guy over here. There we go. Oh boy. This is very risky, Average Joe. Why doesn't your channel have closed captioning? It won't let me turn it on. Calendar days. And it's not T plus 35, it's just 35. Green arrows from earlier. It doesn't update, so they don't update the OI up down that much. Also, OI can go up if people are selling to open as well. I wouldn't pay too much attention to the OI. More what the contract's currently trading at. So I guess we'll see you in Twitch tomorrow. Maybe. Being an adult is weird in 2022. Lewd? It's not lewd. How's it any more lewd than what was already on the screen? It's no Mia Delifa, but I'll take it. You'll have to, because the other one's not happening. Angry Banana is definitely way more lewd. Are we gonna get a fucking breakout from this bullshit already, or what? There we go. This looks bearish. And we're definitely gonna get a breakout one way or the other soon. So this is like 60-40. $60 wins. Ooh, wait, maybe not. Ask politely to stop objectifying Lady View Up. Also, it's gonna cost so much money to have my waifu pillow love plushie remade to shake that ass. I can't stop thinking about it. So you think I can tempt the stock? It's interesting. Interesting theory. This just got too juvenile. Not for me, but for many. Actually, according to YouTube, viewership is currently climbing. Viewership wants to know what's going to happen next week on the season finale. This is a serious investment opportunity. Do you think the price will come down after exposure this week? Dennis Ryan, the exposure doesn't end, bro. It just began. It now carries on for the next month. A little more than. Oh, Jesus. So the Linux SDD questions. He's just describing the OPEC state. I just shared a screenshot with my CPA. The exposure doesn't stop. That's the point. That was the point of the original DD, is that it just keeps building up. How many did you read the insert DD questions do you get per day on average? Like 50 to 100, depending, Bob Smith. Tell Linixis to stop publishing DD and then blanking his account so I have to answer his fucking questions. I need you to acknowledge my member chat joining the Dan ship. I have bad news. I've been here since May. I cannot resist assimilation any longer. I still love you, but from behind the dumpster. Sorry to lose you, Big Danionaire, formerly known as Big Dillionaire. That's because your name is all over the DD. Of course it is. I'm gonna put my account on D&D like Linixis and then post some DD that makes people confused as fuck and somehow related to your DD. Sound good, bro? Thanks, Bob. I appreciate it. Is he trolling me? I haven't read the DD yet, but I assume he's trolling me now. That's what I would do. Did you know that I think you're the bestest? You've made mention. Thank you, Han. You're pretty okay yourself. We must run today, right? Han's getting all simpy. We have a new Dan. Guy Fieri's in the chat. Basically, his DD says no price action until Feb 18. He's just hedging his bets. Do you think the price will come down after the new Dan exposes himself this week? Maybe. Thanks, Fluffy Osa. Nix's DD as a target at Feb 22nd. Actually, if I read it right. Well, we already know that we run on the ETF. Why would anything have changed on that front? The question is did the FTD pileups from a failure to roll cause an anomaly within this window between November and Feb? Like we know we run on Feb 22nd regardless. Speaks nothing of it doesn't have anything. The run that we experienced during that time frame has nothing to do with FTDs. It's just gamma exposure from the options expiration. We've run on all of them, and people are acting like it's like a new thing. According to the SEC report, they didn't. There was minimal covering going into the run up to 400 in January. The Ivy is higher. I agree about the dangerous game, but didn't want to say anything. Yeah, don't put Stick Boy near her. Like, don't give Shills gray area. I'm not. She's independently tempting the stock. We can go back to the static version. It's less saucy. Token of appreciation for being a total boss. Thanks, George. Could last year's January price action have been just a result of RC buying in? No. Although it definitely accelerated it. Well, the wedge is just continuing to consolidate in a narrower range. It's not looking any more bullish, though. If we'd gotten a giant green Johnson, this channel may have become not safe for work. There was no Power Hour song. Oh. Sorry.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
I did move the wedge. But we dropped and started seeing resistance on the, I guess it's like the 200 EMA right here. So every time it drops and finds new support, you can readjust. Because what you're looking for in this wedge is a bounce with an uptick in buy volume. So when it stalls and stabilizes, that's the floor of your wedge, right? If it drops through and then stabilizes again, you can lower the floor and adjust. Because contrary to popular belief, the ticker keeps moving. And so if you can't adjust your technical analysis on the fly, then, it's going to be inaccurate. Then if it fails this, it's truly failed any wedge that could have existed because it's dropping into a new lower channel. That's a lie. The ticker didn't move at all yesterday. Buy versus sell pressure. So I'm adjusting my TA on the fly. I adjust my fly on the TAs. Am I doing this right? No. Stefan, I already feel a significant amount of validation from what happened after hours on Thursday. And that's confirmation that we were right about XRT. And it's confirmation that this downtrend is unsustainable.
See, volume not coming up, but price action is. Which is interesting. How much volume were you expecting? I was expecting about 50% of Friday's volume today. And then we'll see what comes in after hours. I need to do critical hits. Vanguard not accepting market buys for GME at this time. Why would I mod JC? I have upgraded I have the NBBO order book, like the paid order book on WeBull. You stick around for a few candles and after hours? Maybe. Think like a Hedgy 101. Short a stock a bunch, run in after hours, crash in the pre-market, short some more, run in after hours, get everyone depressed so they give up and close options for break even. Yep. That's why you buy them far out. I mean, remember that, like, if you'd bought, let's say, let's use August as an example. If you'd bought August calls on this dip, you would have had to have suffered through this and this dip before they went into the money. Or like if you bought them for the quarter, so I think which was what 917 if I'm not mistaken. So if you bought quarterly options here for 917, you would have had to have survived all three of these massive dips before we shot to the upside. If you'd done it in November, you would have, had to have survived this. I don't see how this is any different. When would you roll over 218s? January 25th. The difference seems to be they really want to get you out this time. Yeah, this is starting to trend more bullish and become like a descending wedge. So this bounce sustained, and now it's going to break out. Maybe Stefan learned something there. Not getting the volume. Is XRT off reg show? I don't think so. It wasn't on Friday. And people say technical analysis doesn't work on manipulated stocks. It's nonsense. Oh, wait, I said that. No, I didn't. Yeah, you won't get an update till tonight to see if XRT is still on. I'd imagine it still is. It's already begun the thresholding process. It's going to be on there for a while. Let's see a break. Well, basically a breakthrough 230 or 130 at this point will give us some confirmation of an upside breakout and a trend shift. So we still have like $1.50 to fail. So Sunday posts looking towards the upcoming week. I think of the past now. I miss them. I mean, kind of, yeah. Because I already outlined my expectations for the coming months. And most of my time is spent kind of following up on that. So, I mean, if you really want me to write a post every week that I just fill with technical indicators, but it seems like a waste of time. Is there a credible reason that GME isn't on the threshold list? Yeah. They're not creating FTDs directly on GameStop. Yeah, no problem, Trey. Sorry those weren't coming out. They're supposed to unlock automatically, but it doesn't seem like that works sometimes. Yeah, it's been on the threshold list far longer than 5 days. Has your thesis changed at all with this drop? I mean, no. Like upward price potential is lowered, obviously. Like the further down they drop us, the harder it is for us to climb back up to the same prices. But with the illiquidity offsets that, like the illiquidity and the volatility offset that. And so, no. And then as far as the FTDs and stuff go, they're due. So they're due whether we want them to be or not. That's not really, that part of the thesis isn't so much a thesis. The thesis is that long dated calls will put pressure on the short hedge funds and the market makers and authorized participants that aid and abet them. They're on the reg show threshold list for 13 trading days. If the aggregate fails, continue for that period of time. Then they begin the thresholding process where they begin to force settle any outstanding FTDs on a day-by-day basis going back to the original T date. I think there's maybe a misunderstanding in my thesis of the general public makes, and that they think that the FTDs that are due are part of the thesis. Those are just a fact. All the data going back this last year corroborates that when they have options exposure on the stock, or they need to create liquidity, they generate FTDs. The date those FTDs are due is locked. So there's no flexibility on that front. That part of it is not a thesis, it's just a fact. The thesis is that buying long-dated, high delta value calls puts more pressure and creates more FTDs on the short hedge funds, which is why in the earlier parts of the year, we saw much greater upside potential in GameStop. And as options volume reduced over the course of the year, so did price action on GameStop. So by increasing options pressure on them now, when the stock is so wildly illiquid, I think it presents us with an opportunity to create a gamma squeeze, which we did not have last year. And many people thought that January, for a very long time, myself included, was a gamma squeeze. And it was not. It was a pileup of FTDs that led to a Volga-Vana squeeze. But a gamma squeeze was never realized because everyone cash settled their fucking options on January 29th. Had we not, according to Petterfee, according to the fucking other guy from the video recently, and myself, and we'd exercised those options or held them longer, the price action would have continued upward, and we would have seen the squeeze that everyone was hoping to see back then. I think the potential is still there in the stock for that scenario to reoccur. Gradante, thank you. Well, people are less likely to cash settle their options this time if they're for further out. So remember, GameStop was already running when people piled into options last year. It was already going up. Volatility was spiked. It was going to the moon, right? Hold on. And then it went up and it peaked, but people piled in here when they were expensive, and so they didn't buy options very far out. It's not like they were buying April calls. You know, some were, but most weren't. Right? It was Wall Street bets. They were buying weeklies. They were buying cheap options and maximizing leverage in order to capture gains on a short-term basis. On the 29th, the vast majority of those call contracts were closed. The SEC data corroborates that. As soon as those options were closed, they no longer had to hedge that delta. They were able to bring the price back down to $40 over the course of the next month until they ran into the February OPEC settlement and the massive amount of FTDs generated from creating liquidity for this event, which then drove us back up to $350. This isn't a thesis per se. This is just the data. You mentioned you like to buy two options at the same strike and use one to exercise the other. When MOASS starts, why not just wait until the share price hits 2,000 and cashless exercise them all to receive more shares total? So thank you. I will. If MOASS kicks off, that's exactly what I'll do. But if we, fail a test of 250 or 350, I am going to capture the profits from those out of the money calls. And then I can use those profits to exercise my in the money calls. Put buying increased after the buy button was taken away, Stefan. Put buying increased. Uh-oh, possible swing failure pattern. Yeah, it's possible. We'll see if we maintain the trend or not. I don't sell covered calls on GME. I sell puts, but not covered calls. We spend a lot more time down than up. So what are the chances of GME making an official announcement in January? I have no idea. You shouldn't try to get a high level position at GameStop, and then you can also then not comment on that question because you'll have an NDA. Thanks for all you do, Greg. Have a great life. Also, I'll see you sons of bitches tomorrow. Later, man. Is it possible that volatility from ETF FTDs can happen in after hours? Yeah. Clip that bit about the Gen run up. I did. What mysteries annoy you the most? Retail ownership of the float and a short percentage on GameStop. Also, where the fuck are the single stock futures? Have you had any weird dreams lately? I had some sort of weird dream last night about flipping from Vega to Gamma. But we'll see. It was weird. There was something. I dream about stocks when I dream. I shit you not. No, there was something. And I wanted to bring it up today too, and I totally fucking forgot. Vega is really high for Jimmy, you know? Yeah, it is. It's real high. $130 seems like a hard line for today. Very manipulative. Yeah, it is. I think if we do break out, Bob, it'll be like at end of day. I wonder what exposure looks like for tomorrow. Fucking lot of puts they cash settled last week. The market makers gonna want to deleverage that hedge. Curious. I trade Rose specifically. How many puts at 130? Not as many as at fucking 125. 130 puts, about 1,000 today traded, but it also kind of looks like they're like right at the mid. It's hard to say. I think they started being sold after noon. Like the shift down is following the same trend as the 125s. So it looks like they bought into them this morning and they were buying up pretty high on the bid or the ask, sorry. And for the rest of the day, they've been trending back down to the bid after 1 o'clock. So it looks like they're selling them off, or people are selling to open. OI is about half of what the 120 were. I feel like I'm just seeing a lot of spreads coming in. Like big fucking spread plays. Few $1 million. I wonder why we're not getting like reports of bullish spreads. Well, the whole exercise thesis means they're not hedging properly, right? So if you cash settle an option that they weren't hedging properly in the first place and use it to, so like say you have 2 contracts, right? And they climb up and they should have 1.0 delta, but they're really in fact being hedged at like 0.2. Like their actual hedge on them is much lower. And you exercise, even if you sell one, you're still netting 80 shares, right? That's how it punishes them for not hedging properly. They can get away with not hedging properly because the majority of contracts don't get exercised. See, like a lot of people will say that, like about setting the floor of the squeeze and like we name the price. And like it's bullish and nice to think about and all, but you have to remember that, you know, when those short hedge funds close their position and return those shares to the lender can then sell those shares. Then the short hedge fund can then buy their shares back again. And then use those to close another position. Now, all of this continuously drives the price up, right? But it also means that they don't need your shares to close. It's just like CNS, right? You need a short to satisfy a long. You need a long to satisfy a short. So while they do maybe need to buy multiples and multiples of the float, you know, if you just fucking diamond fist it to the end of the world, they may never buy yours. That's why you should have an exit strategy and understand how the peaks of a short squeeze work and how short hedge funds ultimately satisfy their borrowed and leveraged positions. That's why sell on the way down doesn't work, is because there's not a buyer. Like if it's truly the way down, don't get me wrong, there'll be like peaks and valleys throughout the peak of the squeeze, but like if the stock's crashing post squeeze, there's no buyers. How will you know what the peak is? I mean, there's ways of identifying it. You can trail it. You manually, not with a stop loss. Volatility would be way too high, but you know, you can very carefully set up an exit strategy that allows you to exit over the curve before the price falls off. Because the price will continue up until they've satisfied the majority. Then, once they have stability, the price will begin to trend down. Because they have fewer shares to satisfy. And thus will offer less to get them. Because the supply is catching up with the demand. Once the demand is satisfied, the price will fall off a cliff. At this point, there is no more buyers. It's the opposite of the demand zone. And that doesn't mean it can't hit millions of dollars, right? It could. But by breaking up your exit and exiting over the curve, you're more likely to sell several shares at those highest price points than you are if you try to just like time the perfect peak of it. I said there'll be peaks and valleys during the squeeze, but they'll be within a high range of volatility. Like it's not just going to go, you know, up to 10 million and then fall to 2 million and then go back up to 10 million, right? Wherever it peaks, whatever that number may be, and no one knows, but wherever it peaks, it will stabilize around that price. It will consolidate as buy pressure and sell pressure meet in equilibrium. And then when sell pressure becomes greater than buy pressure, the price will begin to fall. Once the supply outweighs the demand, the price will begin to come down. Of course, I believe that a squeeze is possible. I never said I didn't believe in a squeeze. You can't know what the price will be or where it will peak, but you can exit in a way that gives you the greatest average over the course of the whole squeeze. You can use RSI to determine peaks, although in a squeeze, RSI generally just maxes out. So you're really just looking for dips. The problem with trying to sell at the peak is that the price runs up and you think you're at the peak. It comes down, consolidates, and then goes up even further. Stop limits and not trailing. Manually set at periods of consolidation. Because as the price rises, the price will consolidate. You set a stop limit below the price action. If the price then continues up, like we saw here, right? If the price continues up, then your limit doesn't fill, and then you can simply wait for the next period of consolidation and set your limit higher. You don't want to use a trailing because volatility is high. And if you're trailing, when it peaks and it comes back down, you'll fill. Because a trailing follows the upward price action, right? Yeah, I'll clip this whole section. A price target for any short squeeze is just stupid. It's nice to think about and it's super bullish, but realistically, GameStop could hit 100,000, it could hit 10,000, it could hit 100 fucking million. You just don't know. There's no way to tell. Thanks, A-Rod Money. I don't know, Bipolar Man. Let's see what happens tonight. How much lower would you want to set your limit? So generally when stock peaks out, the next candle, so you come up and you have these green candles running into it, right? And then when it peaks, your next candle will be very volatile, right? Because it's still trailing that peak. And so the wicks will be kind of long on it, right? And you usually want to set your stop below the peaks of that candle. And then as it consolidates down, it'll likely fill that volatility in, and then it'll either bounce or drop. If it drops, you know, your limit sell for whatever percentage of your position that you've placed will fill. If it continues up, your order simply won't fill, and you can take those shares and ride them to a higher price point. If you used a magic 8-ball, I should get one of those. How many exits should you divide your position into? Whatever makes you happy. The fewer exits you have, the more aggressive your exit strategy. The more exits you have, the more conservative it is. A conservative exit strategy may not net as high as an aggressive one. But it may net better. It depends on the movement of the stock. Doesn't significant selling on the way up, especially mid-run, cut potential rise disproportionately? That really depends on if forced liquidation has already begun. If forced liquidations occurred, the price could rise faster than people would even be able to sell. With brokerage outages and things like that are definitely going to occur during a high volatility event like that, it's possible that many people just be forced to diamond hand. I do think that if the things we think are true and the exposure we think is possible, that, you know, GameStop's potential is unlimited. I also think that, you know, if it realizes that potential for too long and presents a contagion of catastrophic risk for the market at large, then, you know, we may see interference with the squeeze. But if it's over and done with fairly quickly, and the contagion is contained, then, you know, or quarantined, just to losses on the stock itself, it may not be interrupted. Those values can be realized, but, you know, statistically in stock exits, the number of people holding at the bottom of a run are rarely the same number of people that exit at the peak of it. Usually it's like less than 0.1% exit at the peak. Many exit before, some exit after. I mean, if we MOASS, ideally you'd have exercised all your options contracts on the way up. I'm an X holder. I don't have much to divide. That's not true. Even if you have 10 shares, you know, that could still mean 10 exits. Or if you have 5 shares, that could be 5 exits. So it applies universally across whatever position size you have. Yes, larger positions are more advantageous in a squeeze like that because they can lose 5% of their position multiple times over and still capture significant profits, right? But, you know, if you have fewer shares, you just need to exit better. Most people with a lot of shares will likely exit early, probably earlier than people with fewer shares. They are more incentivized at a lower price to exit than people with fewer shares are. But the majority of people own fewer shares. So like the shareholding by the X and XX holders is far greater than the shareholding by like the 4 and 5X holders. We broke 130. Is it correct to think of MOASS in two parts? The squeeze, where shorts have to cover and get margin called, then force liquidations if they can't meet the requirements, which is the true MOASS. Yes. The part where they're getting margin called will likely be very volatile. Just don't stop talking. The stock is responding. Well, I mean, think of it this way. If you're a poor and you have 5 shares, and, you know, you're not a poor, and you have 500, and this guy exits at 50,000, but you hold till 500,000. Right? Who's the poor now? Yeah, you're still poor, but way less poor. You're both millionaires. Still poor. I know the math is off by 0. But your each of your individual shares is 10x theirs, right? I should have done 5,000 and 15,000, whatever. You stop talking, the stock is mad. The stock's doing great. I want to hear you two discuss his $20 million floor thesis. God, what am I getting myself into? Are we going to halt into close? We got to fill in the rest of that 6 million volume, huh, boys? 4 more minutes. Got some fucking orders that need to print. Ooh, if they halt into close, they can offset the FTDs till tomorrow morning. Or the internalization. Fun fact. Look at you guys. We're still down $9. Bullish as fuck. Yes, trick them into halting into close. Yeah, it unhalts during after hours. I think they might have sold their puts. I agree. Sentiment pull number 3. I think tits jacked is definitely increasing. What comes after them selling their puts? Bop or a big up? Normal price action as per the SEC, of course. Can you clip this part? I like watching it go up. No. The ups don't get clipped. Fucking degenerates will be in there edging yourselves to green candles all day. I don't know. People were sad this morning. Stella was a diver. Well, you don't understand. Retail, sad about the NFT marketplace, sold out of GameStop this morning, bailing by the fistful, and then around the middle of the day, we decided no, in fact we like the stock, and we bought back in. We're fucking unpredictable retail investors at it again. Ding ding. Thank you guys so much for hanging out for another day of watching Citadel masturbate with our stock price. It's been a good time. Thanks for tuning in. Blame Clay Aiken. Have a great night. For those of you listening in, closed at 131.50. Down negative 6.73% on the day. Guys, I'll see you tomorrow morning. If it rips during after hours, I might come back. I'll see you guys later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Not an advisor. Frigulon. Have a good night, everyone.